Welcome to All Fired Up, the 1990 PGA Tour Year in Review. And what an exciting season it was. 1990, the dawning of a new decade on the PGA Tour. For some, it was an award-winning season, while others quietly came into their own. Indeed, for many players, hours of hard work, beating balls, and fine-tuning swings paid off. For 1990 was a year to be all fired up, for it was a year in which dreams were realized.
Life's finer pleasures. Happily, some more affordable. Like Grey Poupon Dijon mustard. Created from an original Dijon recipe so fine it even has white wine to enhance fillets, enliven sauces, and dress up salad dressings. So enjoy one of life's finer pleasures.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon?
But of course, Grey Poupon, one of life's finer pleasures.
Good times roll with the clean, fresh taste of Bud Light. It won't fill you up, never lets you down.
The PGA Tour, where every week America looks to see golf's finest. Now America looks to the PGA Tour for fine golf wear. The PGA Tour Clothing Collection. All the color. All the style. All the flair of the tour. In a complete line of golf wear. The PGA Tour Clothing Collection. Exclusively from Ram Golf.
January on ESPN. NCAA basketball featuring Big Mondays, Big 8 SEC Tuesdays, and ACC Big East Wednesdays. Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open. Ben Johnson at the Sunkist Invitational. The 78 Steelers and the 89 49ers in NFL Green Bowl 2. Plus, bruising top-ranked boxing moves to Sundays. High-flying skiing every Friday. And a brand new golf season tees off. All in January on ESPN.
All Fired Up, the 1990 PGA Tour Year in Review is brought to you by Epson, the official computer products company of the PGA Tour and Senior PGA Tour. By Nabisco Brands. America knows Nabisco by heart. And by MCI, providers of the new 800 service that you get for your home. Here's to the champions of 1990. Let the parade begin.
Par, and here goes Mom. She's going to get herself a hug right here.
Two improbable victories. Nearly $500,000 in prize money. Quite a rookie season for Robert Gomez. And it was especially gratifying because this truly was a family success story. A success story born of sacrifice.
We didn't take vacations every summer like a lot of families do. Our vacation was centralized around a golf tournament. We took Robert to San Diego, or we would take him to Palm Springs to play in a junior tournament. We would not take another vacation per se because the money that we would have used for that vacation would be used for Robert's travel for other tournaments during that summer.
The family sacrifices didn't end there. Last year, Clara Gomez gave up her job as a casino worker to become her son's full-time business manager.
All right.
But she still finds time to be a full-time cheerleader.
Today's going to be the good round. I can feel it.
A part-time coach.
He's going way too fast right now. Just hurry up and hit it.
And always a full-time mother.
Don't lose your cool, Robert.
Tony Gomez also made sacrifices for his son's career. He turned down several lucrative job offers in order to stay close to home and keep a watchful eye on Robert's development.
In his own way, he's been paying us back. First chance he had, he paid off all our credit cards that we had jacked up to the hilt. We're real proud of it that he came out the way he has, and very thoughtful and generous. I think that's what we worked on to bring him up, and they turned out real well. Randy's the same way.
One more question.
One more. Name it the last time in the green. Well, I'm trying.
Robert's kid brother Randy also made concessions. He put off his first year of college to caddy full-time for his big brother.
He's a great guy. He's a good boss, and he's a great friend. He really is. Off the golf course, he and I are best buddies.
You know, they've given me anything I've needed, and they've, you know, given up a lot of themselves for me, and, you know, their time and their money. You know, they've given all that up for me to pursue my dreams, and, you know, it's really nice to have a family like that.
And our stroll with the champions continues.
Yeah, I feel like the gods of golf are smiling on me. This will test his insides right here, I'll tell you. This is not an easy shot. What is it about this game? What is it about the tour? What is it about trying to bring the ship in and be successful in this golf tour that seems to be so elusive and so overwhelming at times? This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Bingo!
My partner had hit a shot over just into the edge of where the gallery was. So the gallery, being very polite, had stopped to watch this fella hit, and I know what's coming, and I'm scared to death. Sure enough, he just hits a cold shank. I've never seen people drop to their knees like this. He didn't hit anybody. Fuzzy yells back, "Don't worry, I understand what happened. You had a bad lie, didn't you?"
The 1991 Cadillacs have arrived at Dossett Big 4. These fine American-built cars have set the standard for luxury cars for many years and continue to do so with the 91s. Quality in engineering and performance and careful attention to fuel efficiency make the 1991 Cadillac a must for those who demand and deserve only the best.
See Dossett Big 4 to get your new 1991 Cadillac today.
Cool weather in the holiday season. A time for great coffee. At the Cottage Shop in the Tupelo Mall, we have more than 30 flavors and blends of the most wonderful coffee in the world. Our coffee variety packs make a wonderful Christmas gift. Let us grind some for Mom and Dad.
Hi, I'm Brenda Chaffin from Baldwin. After being in an automobile accident, I came to Dr. Brewer, and with his modern testing facility, I was able to provide my attorney with the latest documentation. This information got me the settlement that I deserved.
The PGA Tour swings into the first official event of the year. Payne Stewart headlines a sensational field at the $1 million Northern Telecom Open. Complete live coverage begins Thursday afternoon on ESPN.
In March, the parade headed east.
I've won 1,000 tournaments 1,000 different ways. This is the first time I've ever been awake.
I think I really proved it today this week that I can play with the best players in the world.
I would take the pin out, Raymond. I agree. I think there's more room in that hole without it in there. I definitely believe that. If you're thinking of making, take it out.
From his angle, the green just accepts the shot perfectly. It should funnel right into the hole. If he hits it right, it'll go left. If he hits it left, it'll go right.
This is Robert Gomez, who has hit a booming drive on 18. He only has about 175 yards home.
Needs a birdie right here.
I think that type of situation, final hole heroics, it's the type of situation that all you're trying to do is hit the best shot that you can possibly hit.
You're trying to be as aggressive as you can and put yourself in a position to try and tie or win the golf tournament.
The pressure's on you, and you're just trying to do the best you can. You're just trying to perform and do what you've practiced a million times.
You know, you put all your energy and all your concentration and focus into what got to that point and just try to hit another good shot.
It's an exciting position to be in. You've got the adrenaline flowing. You're all fired up. Your concentration is so good on exactly what you want to do.
It was a situation that when you got 4 players in a playoff, you know you have to do something special to beat these guys. I believed I could make it, and Bruce believed I could make it. If you know you've made that shot before, you'll do it again.
You know, sometimes when you're just trying to do something like that, that's when the unexpected happens.
I know he's really trying to get it close to the hole, and I doubt if he was thinking about trying to hole it out. But once he hit a good shot, I know he's thinking, you know, ball go in the hole. And then when it does, you know, there's a certain amount of euphoria. You really can't explain. It's almost like you go into a daze.
I'd be willing to bet they really didn't know what was going on, especially Gamez, because that's such a hard hole at Bay Hill, and it just happened so fast.
It's hard to stand up there in the fairway and say, I'm going to hold this to win the golf tournament. That doesn't go through your mind.
For some reason, you could feel like something weird was going to happen. I'm sure that's the way he felt.
I just was trying to get a shot real close to the hole so I could make birdie. My adrenaline started pumping. I took out a 7 and hit just a flush shot. And while I was in the air, I said, this one's going to be close.
Watching Robert Gomez and David Frost hole out their shots on the last hole to win a tournament is, I mean, it's unbelievable.
That brought me right out of my chair, along with 30 million other golfers watching that tournament.
When he made the shot, it was electric. The crowd went wild, and of course he was extremely excited.
To have a ball spin into the hole the way it did, it's just unbelievable. But fortunately, that's what makes golf a great game.
And then came the majors.
Jody Mudd is the 1990 Players Champion.
All those losses I had in playoffs were in the 80s, and maybe if I get in any more playoffs now in the 90s, I'll win them all.
'90 Masters champion Nick Faldo.
Already with a place in golfing history, Nick Faldo now has a new address. It's 11 Amen Corner at Augusta National. Faldo made the down payment a year ago when he won his first Masters with a birdie in a dramatic playoff at the menacing par 4. This year, the Brit was looking to pay off the mortgage on 11 in a playoff with Ray Floyd. But he doubted the fates were on his side.
I wasn't comfortable in the playoff. I mean, as I explained earlier, I very much had mixed feelings all the time. I'm thinking, well, here I go again, but does this mean I'm going to be done in this time because I got away with it last time? And yeah, my feelings were really up and down. And again, I thought, well, Ray's not going to give it to me, so, you know, I just got to just stick in there.
But Floyd made a crucial mistake at 11. This hole, this Masters, was the property of Faldo. The tenacious competitor who sinks his teeth into majors like a lion in its prey rallied from a 5-stroke deficit to become only the second player in Masters history to successfully defend his title. Jack Nicklaus won in 1965 and 66, and like the Golden Bear, Faldo was now the king of the beasts.
You know, majors are the real thing in golf, and you know, you don't know when you're going to win another one, and you know, when you get another one, God, it feels great.
Later in 1990, the 33-year-old staked his claim on another home, the old course at St. Andrews, the birthplace of golf. In pursuit of his second Open title, Faldo made an ageless historic links feel its years. For Nick, majors are his cup of tea, and St. Andrews was no exception. With a 5-stroke lead on Sunday, the only obstacle Faldo really had to contend with was making it through the traditional charge of the gallery. The 18-under par victory fought off competitors and critics alike. With 2 majors and a 3rd place in 1990, the man once known as Nick Faldo has gained the unmistakable reputation as the master of the majors.
I really feel as if I've made history this time.
Will playing Ram laser clubs put you on the tour? I don't think so. Will lasers cut your handicap in half? Well, that's at least within the range of possible. Will lasers make you a better player? Almost a certainty. Why? Nothing's built like a Ram. If you could see how Ram builds a golf club, you wouldn't play anything else. I don't.
See Ram's newest addition to the laser name, the Forged Laser FX.
Ram Golf, a better way to play.
A1, it's how steak is done.
A lot of you insist on eating wheat thins and oat thins because they taste good. But the whole idea behind these crackers is that you can eat them without feeling guilty. That's why they're baked, not fried. I mean, eat them because they're delicious, and you miss the whole point.
And the winner's parade rolled toward summer.
Oh, aren't we having fun now?
He strikes back again.
Winning is what it's all about. You come out here to win, beat all these great players. And I'll tell you, when you do, it's a heck of a feeling.
When a player experiences success, he is inevitably thrust beneath the proverbial microscope. In May, Wayne Levy ended a 5-year winless drought. 3 victories later, the outspoken upstate New York native had created quite a commotion that left people talking. First, there's the fans' perceptions.
I think in the past, some of the times, Wayne is a little bit underestimated.
Wayne had a pretty decent year. He won 4 tournaments, but he didn't do very well in the big tournaments, the majors, so it was good money-wise and good golf, but not in big tournaments.
Well, I think anyone who can win 4 times in one season on the tour is not in it for the money. He's definitely in it, going out there to win.
He's second on the money list. It's incredible. He definitely deserves to be PGA Tour Player of the Year.
Personality-wise, he's a little laid back. I think that's why, one of the reasons why he might not be as well known as a lot of the other players.
But I know he's won some big tournaments and he's made a lot of money. That's all you need to know.
And then there's the perceptions of those who know him best on tour, his peers.
He is not one of the Hollywood marquee players that people throw up, and if he's not playing in a tournament, they die. He's not the Jack Nicklaus or a Greg Norman or someone of that ilk with their Hollywood name, but he's certainly got the game.
He's all guts, real gutsy competitor. Doesn't get wrapped up in what's going on, just goes out, takes care of business, plays, wins tournaments, and goes home.
I have always felt like Wayne Levy was a very underrated player. But it's the way Wayne Levy wants it. You know, he doesn't play a lot of tournaments, and he doesn't really care about having the notoriety and the fame that goes with success out here.
You know, Wayne's great. He's just he's a pretty cash guy, and he doesn't care what other people think. He just wins tournaments and goes home and takes it easy and enjoys it.
Finally, there's Wayne Levy's personal perceptions. When visiting the press room this year, he was sometimes outrageous, often controversial, but always insightful.
You know, I'm not a big, highfalutin, flashy type guy, I go about my business and I kind of like being, you know, I kind of like walking through airports and not too many people knowing who I am. If I had the time to spend at the game that everyone else here probably thinks I should spend at the game, I could win a lot of tournaments. Let's face it, that's everybody's goal is to retire, and I say, you know, the more money I can make, the quicker I can. How can you retire? You can't retire. What the hell am I going to do? I always kind of wondered what it would be like to be, like, from Canada, like, and be the #1 player from Canada, or Poland, or you know, Romania or something. I'd be the national hero. I mean, I think that'd be great. I never ever believed that I win as many tournaments as I have, as much money as I have, be anywhere near as successful as I have on the tour. Beyond my wildest dreams. Beyond my wildest dreams.
It's all about right here.
My wife, who travels with me all the time, was standing up there left of the green, about 10 high, and she's only been hit twice, and they're both by me. And this time I happened to hit the 3-wood left, and she had a bunch of sweaters and a couple windbreakers on because it was cold, and hit her right in the shoulder. And it bounced onto the fringe, and she never felt it hit her.
Hello. How's Uncle Bill? I really miss you, Grandpa. Hi, it's me. Are you going to come over?
This holiday season, you can give the people who love you an invitation to call you anytime at no cost to them. With an MCI personal 800 number.
Hi, Grandma.
To get your 800 number, just call ours.
Are you going to come see me soon?
January on ESPN. NCAA basketball featuring Big Mondays, Big 8 SEC Tuesdays, and ACC Big East Wednesdays. Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open. Ben Johnson at the Sunkist Invitational. The 78 Steelers and the 89 49ers in NFL Green Bowl 2. Plus, bruising top-ranked boxing moves to Sundays. High-flying skiing every Friday. And a brand new golf season tees off. All in January on ESPN. ESPN brings you coast-to-coast NCAA basketball. The action's outstanding. Everywhere you look, there's down-to-the-wire excitement. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Awesome, baby! It's the season premiere of Big Monday, the Big East, the Big Ten, the Big West. Big Monday, the biggest night of the week, live on ESPN.
In June, the elder statesman reigned.
The general public just doesn't, know, how good a player I am, really.
They say three's a charm. It is a fabulous feeling, but I think because I'm so old, I feel blessed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hale Irwin, starring in The Putt. And now, Act 1, The Prelude.
Did I ever think I'd had a chance to win? Certainly the whole time, but that particularly in the final round, when I was sort of on the leaderboard and then I fell off. And the script was written for someone else. But with 8 holes to go, my thought process was, hey, let's get back in the tournament. And I made a birdie or two. Thought, well, now things are looking pretty good. Let's try for another. And I made another. So I made 4 in a row in the space of a very short period of time. I'd gone from sort of off the board to 1 behind the lead, or 2 behind, excuse me. And I felt like, good golly, 1 more. I mean, I'm getting greedy now. 1 more might have a chance.
Act 2, The Putt.
Well, that's really what wins opens for you. I mean, that's a typical situation of a guy being in the right place at the right time, and just, he hit a perfect putt that went right in the hole.
I was on the 16th hole at the time, and I can remember hearing that roar and saying to my caddy, that's it, it's over. He's won.
Gee whiz, I was behind him playing, so I heard a big roar. I didn't know what had happened.
I remember is that the noise was so loud that it wasn't just a single clap J. It was a continuous thunderous roll.
Act 3, the encore.
And there was no way, shape, or form I could stoically go over and get the ball out of the hole and walk to my bag.
For a second, I thought I was watching a British soccer match or something. He runs off the green, sprinting around, giving people high fives.
I'd circled kind of the bases, and kind of the people are still clapping.
Well, I've never seen Hale get so excited. I was so out of character for what I thought Hale was. But, you know, you never know what a man's character really is when something like that great happens to him. And all of a sudden, he just says, by gosh, I've done it. And, you know, and he just explodes. And I thought that was just terrific. I just get a big kick every time I see a replay of that.
I don't know, I just wanted to go over and be part of it and share it with them because they looked as happy as I certainly was.
Encore! Bravo! Encore! For Irwin, the parade hadn't ended.
It's been a great 2 weeks, regardless of what happened.
This will erase anybody that doesn't believe that I can play.
Well, he said it.
Yes, the good old days. Remember when bell-bottoms were the fad and disco was king? Well, in 1990, most everything old was new again.
Very lucky that we chose golf over tennis, you know, or basketball, or something where you have to stay quick on your feet. You know, at age 30, if I was a tennis player, I might be getting over the hill. I probably would be over the hill.
You're only as young as you feel. Words to live by on the PGA Tour this year. While the new generation continued to leave its mark on the new decade, a collection of household names from days gone by resurfaced for a veteran revival on tour in 1990. Seven skilled craftsmen carved their way into the hearts of golf fans across America, proving once again that it ain't over till it's over. It all began with 38-year-old Ben Crenshaw at the Southwestern Bell Colonial.
All of a sudden you have one or two guys that have really good years, and everybody starts to think, well, golly, if they can do it, I can do it. I'm the same age that they are.
I think it creates like a driving force behind each player, and it's obviously what's happened. These guys are 40, 44, 45, 47, 48, think, hey, these guys have done it. I know I can do it. I know I'm good enough to do it. And it happens that way, and I think it's great for the game.
I don't know whether I'm a catalyst or anything like that, but the more guys that you see having success that are the same age that you are, the more it encourages you to keep playing.
Well, I think that the guys that are 40 and over right now have been good players for a long time. This isn't something that they've just awakened at 40 and decided they were going to be good players.
Where are those young Turks, huh?
Winning golf tournaments is like kind of riding a bicycle. Sometimes you just don't forget.
And but you got to get your breaks. There's no doubt you got to get your breaks, and you got to get things like that happening in your favor. And you know, I had my breaks this week.
I think a lot of people give up on themselves too early. They look at the number 40, for instance, as, oh, well, now I'm old, I qualify. When you give up, you're going to age. I don't care if you're 25, you're going to age. You're going to start thinking that I can't do it, and you're going to start moving around as if you were old and you couldn't do it anymore.
I think that for me and for some of the guys that are 40, they expect to continue winning. And as long as you expect to continue winning and you've got the ability, there's no reason why you shouldn't.
More and more of the guys are taking advantage of the fitness center on tour, and they're exercising more, so you're not seeing guys that get to be late 30s and 40s that are as out of shape as there were a few years ago.
If you keep your body healthy and you keep your mind refreshed and you don't overtax yourself with too many things, you can play golf in the mid-50s, even the 60s, and be a very, very successful living.
There's no middle ground at this age. I think it's not as if you can look to the future and say, well, I'll do that next year or 2 years. I just kind of want to get my feet wet now. You can't do that because my feet are very wet. You know, it's all the way up to my knees. It's a little wet out there today.
There may be a touch of gray showing, but don't get out the rocking chairs just yet.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's a bad dream. Someone was chasing me.
Chasing you? That could mean a couple of things.
Oh, my husband, Mr. Freud, is analyzing dreams.
Not analyzing, but my book talks about dreams like yours.
Ben Randall, referring to Mysteries of the Unknown, the Time Life series that sold over 14 million books.
Dreams and dreaming. You of all people think dreams mean something?
Well, I may be coming around a little.
Well, what do you think my dream means?
It's right here. A dream that you're being chased could mean a feeling of guilt and a fear of being caught.
Guilt? What else could it mean?
Read the book. Never had a dream come true?
Never. Who has?
Sarah Allgood. In a dream, a friend said, "Have you found my gift from the grave? Look behind the picture." So Sarah looked, and there it was. Turned out to be worth over $1,000, too.
There what was?
Read the book. Read about Edward Butler's ominous psychic dream and how it tragically came true.
A psychic dream? What other kind of dreams are there?
Well, read the book.
Read Dreams and Dreaming and start your enlightening journey into the mysteries of the unknown. The book is free for 10 days. Keep it and other volumes will follow, one about every other month, including mystic places, psychic powers, and phantom encounters. Each is thoroughly researched and objectively written, so you can come to your own conclusions.
Oh, I don't know if I can get back to sleep now. You know what? Some of that pie, maybe a la mode, might help.
Okay. You get the pie, and I'll read the book.
To order your first book, Dreams and Dreaming, call 1-800-368-2400. Examine it for 10 days. Keep it and pay just $12.99 plus shipping and handling. Other books will follow, one about every other month. Keep only the ones you want. Cancel anytime.
July came, and the veteran revival played on.
Nick Faldo is the champion golfer. He's won the British Open for the second time.
That is a major cut. With a 3-iron. Is that any good? Mike, well, you won't see anything much better than that.
Who is the PGA Tour's $6 million man? We now know. We have the technology. He's better, faster, stronger, even accurate with a 1-iron. He's mild-mannered Tom Kite. A PGA Tour player who isn't faster than a speeding bullet, nor can he leap tall buildings in a single bound. He has, however, gone where no professional has gone before, over the $6 million mark in career earnings. This year's storybook finish at the Federal Express St. Jude Classic put him over the top. But humble as ever, the man who's won 2 money titles keeps it all in perspective.
The money over a career, that gets distorted. We're certainly playing for a lot more money than the players even a few years ago had a chance to play for. So the money list the career money list is a little bit distorted. But at least for that particular year, the person who heads up the money list is playing against the people playing for the same amount of money. And heading up the money list means a lot.
1990 marked a successful start to the new decade, but it was just a sidebar to a career of great moments. Tom won Rookie of the Year honors in 1972, won his first professional tournament in 1976, and then soared over all other players as the leading money winner in 1981.
I had quite a few very good years prior to that time, but 81 was the first one where I've contended for leading money winner and Varden Trophy and had great opportunities to win numerous tournaments. And so that year will always be special to me.
In the next 7 years, only once did Kite fail to finish in the top 10 on the money list. 4 of those years he finished in the top 5. 1989, however, was a year that dreams are made of. 3 victories, 10 top 10s, and recipient of the Arnold Palmer Award as the leading money winner. In 1990, Kite finished 15th on the money list. With 19 years of service on tour, this Texan still has a lot of playing time left and one lofty goal to achieve.
When my career is all said and done, hopefully there'll be enough of those things that a lot of people 20, 30, 40 years from now will say Tom Kite was a pretty good player.
The real winner on the PGA Tour is always charity. Last year, $20 million was donated to over 900 worthy causes. And the Salesmanship Club of Dallas, which supports camps for troubled youths, was named the Charity of the Year. Just another example of how the tour spreads smiles by the miles, with plenty of heartwarming moments to savor.
If you're tired of your present job, call 1-800-695-7341. If retirement seems a long, long way off, or if you've ever thought of having your own business but had difficulty with the financial backing, call 1-800-695-7341. This may be the opportunity of a lifetime just for you. This opportunity could enable you to earn a substantial income and be self-employed at the same time. If you're interested, please call 1-800-695-7341 for a pre-recorded message that will answer many of your questions. That's 1-800-695-7341. Do it now.
If there ever was a time to own a Lincoln Town Car, the time is now. From Prestige Bank and Mercury on the corner of Green and South Gloucester, you can select a previously owned 1990 Lincoln Town Car for as little as $17,800. These are all low mileage and in showroom condition. If you purchase your Lincoln elsewhere, bring it to us for the only factory authorized warranty service and quality parts. Prestige Lincoln Mercury on the corner of South Gloucester and Green Street.
From the PGA to the GMO, the parade endured.
Yo les go all to the all the stuff. That's it. Sí, I mean, all the That's it.
This is for my mom and dad and everybody at home.
Jim Gallagher will play first. Milwaukee in August. The moment of truth.
We've talked about so much, him winning a golf tournament, and you think, yeah, what would you do? You know, how would you win it? Would you win it by 5 shots? Would you win it by, you know, in a playoff, which he did?
Mississippi in November, a time of Thanksgiving.
It's been a thrill, a dream come true, something that, you know, you dream about and you never know if it's really going to happen, and finally it did. So we've been really thrilled.
Jim Gallagher Jr. has won his first PGA Tour event.
The trophy I won at Milwaukee, no, it was the heaviest trophy I've ever won. I got a bunch of trophies when I was a kid, but you know, it weighed, I don't know how much it weighs, probably weighs, I think 30, 40 pounds, but it doesn't, but lifting it, it was easy. I was so fired up.
With his first career victory at the Greater Milwaukee Open, one man's triumph has touched the thoughts and emotions of many lives.
I remember Lee, I said, where's the phone? I said, I got to call my dad. I said, I can't do anything else.
Really, it was, hi, Dad, how you doing? And it was really an exciting time for me because I heard him say on TV that he dedicated that win to me, or to
both of us.
To both of us. And I don't cry very easily. I'm pretty tough guy, or at least outside I show it that way, but it was something that we dreamed about all these years, and it was really great. Just very happy for him.
It was just incredible to see his dad and his mom and all of his family with just the biggest tears you've ever seen, and just so proud of him. But they've just been extra special. I couldn't ask for any more.
I was at school and we were all watching it on the big screen TV, and I was out in the middle of everyone jumping up and down, and I was pretty excited, and it was, you know, just a great feeling. I had chills running all through my body.
Then all of a sudden it says Jim's leading the tournament, and we just went crazy. We couldn't believe it. We were screaming and yelling, and it was really exciting. It was just wonderful for everybody to be together. And then after he won, there was tears, and it was just wonderful.
Well, there was so many sad moments over the years when, you know, when he missed some of the qualifiers and missed the cuts, and I think to see him finally come up with his first victory and a very well-deserved one, that spending 7 years of trials and tribulations and a lot of hard work had to be very rewarding to him too, I'm sure.
He was there for all my state amateur and state open titles, and you know, it's a way of just saying, here, Dad, you are a great teacher, you're a great father, you know, this is for you. And it's just, you know, it was for the whole family, and I was there by myself as far as family, but maybe that was the best thing for it. Sissy thinks it was.
At first, I was like, yeah, I wish I was there with him, but to see his mother's face, I'll never forget that, you know. It was so neat to see her, and his uncles and aunts that have supported him since he was just a little boy, you know, and I thought it was really neat that he stood there right by himself. You know, nobody should have been there after I thought about it, but any of us, you know, because the attention might have gone that I played on the LPGA, or that his daddy taught him, or, you know, he should have been there right by himself. So it was really neat.
I got some leaves out here now.
Pretty nice day here in Greenwood, Mississippi. Good day for golf, family golf.
Oh, there's a ball there.
Remember, this is family golf.
We don't have to get along.
That's what I mean, family golf. Show us why you're so good, Jackie, and that you were such a star at LSU. And
show us how to get out of trouble.
All right. All right. Knock it in, partner. Oh, almost. All right, look at these guys.
No, it's his best ball. Two best balls.
Junior, it doesn't look like we're going to win this hole. Oh, too bad.
I got robbed.
Imagine that, Mom, you getting robbed.
Golf has always been in the Gallagher's blood. Jim Sr., a club professional, taught his family early on. Today, besides Junior, Jeff plays the Hogan Tour, and Jackie is pursuing an LPGA career. So on rare occasions when they're together, it's time to reminisce.
I remember the most fun was whenever Jimmy and Jeff would go out in the
Golf
backyard.
has been very good to the Gallaghers.
Thanks to our parents. If it wasn't for them, I know we wouldn't be where we are.
If I had to choose a sister other than my own, it would be Jackie. And if I had to choose a brother other than my own, I would choose Jeff. And the same for you too. I'm very thankful to be a part of this family.
You do it every time. Oh, Sissy. You're too hard on me.
Oh. I mean, obviously, I'm thankful for all the things I've got. I got a beautiful home, beautiful wife. My tears, just like my wedding. But my wife does this to me every time. She comes up with these heartwarming speeches. I don't know, maybe somebody in the South's done that, but we're just lucky. And that's about it.
Will lasers make you a better player?
The Laser X2 offers hundreds of custom fitting options and at no extra cost.
Will lasers make you a better player?
The Laser X2 with Ram's Graphite Excimer Gold shaft is a killer combination.
Will lasers make you a better player?
Introducing the cavity back, heel toe weighted forged carbon steel Laser FX. Laser, the only name in golf to offer the options of look, feel, and performance.
Ram Golf, a better way to play.
Just a small reminder about Holes. New Lifesavers Holes Candy. The unmistakable flavor of Lifesavers candy in unforgettably delicious little bites. Try new Lifesavers Holes. Watch out for holes. They're gonna be everywhere.
An undefeated U.S. men's team, a favored U.S. women's team. They battle the world's finest in the Olympic-style competition at the World Swimming Championships. Friday night at 9 Eastern on ESPN.
And the parade marched on to the season's finale.
Under 66 in the house and 12 under par for Joey Sindelar.
People still don't believe that I'm human. They think I'm some prodigy from someplace.
I know I'm not going to have a heart attack for a couple more years now. If I didn't have one out there, I won't have one for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 360 River. So the top 30 money leaders came to champions for the Nabisco Championships. And like all Texas shootouts, it came down to sudden death as Jody Mudd defeated Billy Mayfair and claimed the $450,000 first prize.
He did it again, Hutch. He did it again. He birdied 17, 18 in the first playoff hole.
And with the Nabisco Championships, 1990 came to an end. What a season. The players' heroics left the galleries enthralled. Time now to salute these hot shots. In 1980, The PGA Tour introduced the Nabisco Stats program compiled by Epson. Players closely eye the standings to identify their strengths and weaknesses. The compilation of numbers concluded at Nabisco with several noteworthy accomplishments. Greg Norman captured the scoring title with the season's low scoring average, an impressive 69.10. Not surprisingly, along the way, he also won par breakers for the second straight year. Greg scored a birdie or eagle nearly 22% of the time. Doug Tuel consistently hit the most greens in regulation. The 15-year Tour veteran found the putting surface an average of 7 out of 10 times to secure the title. But once on the green, Mike Donald held the hottest hand. The U.S. Open runner-up recorded 401 birdies, marking the 6th year in a row that the leader has eclipsed the 400 birdie barrier. 1985 Eagles champ Larry Rinker captured the putting title by mere percentage points over Payne Stewart. He averaged less than 2 putts per green hit in regulation. Distance was the key for Tom Purtzer. Averaging more than 279 yards off the tee, the 1989 Sand Saves leader overpowered everyone. But no player has owned a single category like Calvin Peete, who etched his name even deeper in the record books. Calvin dominated the 80s and begins the 90s by winning the driving accuracy title for the 10th year in a row. Statistically, the year belonged to Paul Azinger. He became the first player to find his name on top of 3 different categories in 1 year. Paul's aggressive style enabled him to win the Eagles title. In 1989, he posted only 4 Eagles, but this year, he came out firing and finished with 14. Of course, Paul could afford to be aggressive. When he found the greenside sand, he got up and down a record 67% of the time. It was his 3rd Sand Saves victory in the last 6 years. And for the 2nd year in a row, Paul walked away with the all-around title. His combined total of 162 set a new record, bettering the old mark of 170. The 10 winners from the season-long Nabisco Stats program will receive a bonus of $25,000. In other competitions, John Mahaffey won the Merrill Lynch shootout with a birdie to defeat Paul Azinger. Bill Blackmar captured the MCI long driving competition with a season-long average of 298.6 yards. And Greg Norman garnered 2 of the most revered awards, the Varden Trophy, and his 2nd Arnold Palmer Award as the Tour's leading money winner with over $1,165,000 in earnings. Congratulations to all who excelled in 1990.
Hello. Hi, Uncle Bill. I really miss you, Grandpa. Hi, it's me. Are you going to come over?
This holiday season, you can give the people who love you an invitation to call you anytime at no cost to them. With an MCI personal 800 number.
Hi, Grandma.
To get your 800 number, just call ours.
Are you going to come see me soon?
ESPN brings you coast-to-coast NCAA basketball. The action's outstanding. Everywhere you look, there's down-to-the-wire excitement.
Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Awesome, baby!
It's the season premiere of Big Monday, the Big East, the Big Ten, the Big West. Big Monday, the biggest night of the week, live on ESPN. You're watching ESPN, the Total Sports Network.
The 1990 PGA Tour Year in Review was brought to you by Epson, the official computer products company of the PGA Tour and Senior PGA Tour. And by Nabisco Brands. America knows Nabisco by heart. The players weren't the only ones fired up about this past season. The members of the media had a few piercing opinions of their own.
For those of us who cover the PGA Tour, 1990 has been an extraordinary year. We've had controversy, we've had compelling issues, we've had the emergence of a superstar. Now, for me, the emergence of a superstar was the most important thing that happened this year in golf. Nick Faldo finally came out and gave us what we've been waiting for since Jack Nicklaus.
Larry, I don't think anyone would deny Faldo had a great year, but the most important thing in golf this year was Shoal Creek. So what the PGA Tour did and what happened there is going to set a tone for a problem that's been too long ignored in golf for the last several years. And the PGA Tour acted swiftly. There's going to be 2 courses that are lost because of what happened, but I think that's a small price to pay. And I think really right now the challenge is for the private clubs of America to take the same initiative the Tour did and really address the problem.
Jaime, let's get back to golf. Those are the stories we're here to talk about. The best story in golf this year, without a doubt, was Hale Irwin winning the U.S. Open. The point that he brought out, that the 40-something set could still be successful, could still win out there. It started with Gil Morgan at the Kemper. Lanny Watkins won at Anheuser-Busch. Tom Kite won. All these guys are over 40. People relate to that kind of stuff. And Hale Irwin showed that he could come back from behind on the 4th day and then win a playoff. He's my player of the year.
Steve, wait a minute. People can relate to that kind of stuff, especially you, I know, in your advanced stage. But for me, if you're going to talk about player of the year, on an international level, it's Nick Faldo. The guy wins the Masters, and he wins the British Open. He came very close at the U.S. Open, International Player of the Year, Nick Faldo, without question. But on the PGA Tour, how about Wayne Levy? The guy wins 4 golf tournaments. 4 golf tournaments. He had 4 top 10 finishes, and all of them were W's. I think that guy's got to be the PGA Tour
I think
player
right there you're
of the year.
indicting him because the only time he played well is when he won. Listen, you guys, there's no way a guy, Wayne Levy, who played well for 4 weeks, and a guy who played well, Hale Irwin, for 2 weeks, is better than a guy who played well each week he was out there, except for 2 other weeks, and that's Greg Norman. Greg Norman had the lowest stroke average. Greg Norman had, I think, 10 top 7 finishes out of the 16 tournaments he played. He's leading money winner. He played well in the majors. He's the guy.
He played well in the majors?
He played well in the majors. He was there. He didn't play well at the Masters, obviously. He played well at the British Open. Better than your guys. Wayne doesn't even go to the majors.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
How'd Hale do at the Open?
Hale won the Open and
thank
was
you.
not a factor. He had a dream week. A dream week doesn't make a year. Greg Norman, consistency is a criteria. It always has been, and he's got that locked.
Hale Irwin also won the Buick Open. He won as many tournaments as Greg Norman. He had a 3rd place 2 weeks later.
Yeah, but he won half as many as my guy. Half as many.
Your guy doesn't even, your guy's a great player when he's in the hunt, but he's never in the hunt because he's at home in Utica all the time.
You know, we could argue about this for the rest of the winter.
I
In
mean,
fact, we probably will.
How can
But
you say that
we'll see you next
Norman
year
is not the
on
guy?
Inside the PGA Tour? Come on, you've got to be kidding me.
No.
I mean, here's a guy who won 4 times.
1990 was a sizzling year on the PGA Tour. We were all fired up. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in 1991.
All fired up. The 1990 PGA Tour Year in Review. Produced by PGA Tour Productions.
Earning their stripes. Up next, the Bengals' game plan was simple. Make the Oilers bungle in the jungle. While the Saints went marching into Soldier Field loaded for bear, but apparently
Look at me and blow one. I don't mean grin. Blow some bubbles. Look at that big bubble, guy.
there she goes.
What? That bar that's across it is right in the middle.
What?
The bar that you're looking at is right in the middle.
What bar?
You see a bar?
Oh yeah, no, it's not right in the middle.
It's up at the top or at the bottom?
Kind of up top. Not way up top.
Well, I want to show you something as I do this. See it move?
Yeah, it's going down.
Okay. See it move up?
Yeah.
See it move up?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's about 3/4 the way up.
That's about where it ought to be.
What is that bar?
That's the Irish. It's got to be up towards the top to be able to get all the light in there. Well, maybe it'll break off. It doesn't look that great, but maybe it will. I don't know. Did you turn it on?
Waiting on there they go. I do too.
You don't even see it.
Mm-hmm. It's raining again.
Oh my heavens above. Second time.
We got the van door.
Just take it up there. I like the van door.
That's it, Kyle. Good.
Corey, he knows me.
Let him in. Good, Kyle.
And Corey knows me. Oh, and y'all like the next one, too. Thanks.
back in there, boy. Hey, boy.
Whoever gets up there has to sing.
Get over and lead it with him, Mandy.
I bet you don't do this place will be embarrassed. You start the whole thing over at the beginning, the whole beginning, and then when I'm dancing all of them. You're just gonna stop when they stop. Leave our mistake.
I'm watching you, Corey. Get him, Kyle.
Like this. Like that. When we do it.
Kyle, you're 17 and 18 years old. I want you to be out on the dance floor doing that. It'll be time to go to bed.
Come back and be time to go to bed. How about that?
No, I want to dance
Come
one
on,
more
Corey.
time for y'all.
Wanna go with me, Corey?
I want to dance for y'all of y'all.
We'll dance again tomorrow.
No, let me dance. If y'all don't want to dance, I'm dancing all by myself, and y'all don't listen.
See, Nandy dances with y'all.
I hear it.
Come on, Kyle, get off.
You sing the boy part.
She sings the girl song. You don't sing the boy song. You sing girl song.
No, you can dance. Both sing whatever you know.
Ooh, a dog. There's a dog singing. Turn it up! It's so true. No, you got to do the bowling.
You're gonna be trouble with a capital T.
When these songs stop, we don't run up and clap like that. We go like this. We go like.
Here it goes.
Time of my life.
Telephone. Put it down. swim over here for me. What happened? You slipping. Stand up. All right, stand up. I'm not gonna let go of that. Is it cold? Say it's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. Got it? You get some water. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Stand in. Go up right up there and jump.
Go at the bottom like that.
Yeah, jump me right here. I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna be right. I'm not going anywhere. You dive. Jump.
I think I can jump there. I think I can jump there.
Okay. Whoa! Ah.
I thought they were coming. Oh, well. Hey, Kyle.
You got me?
Got you. I would too. I've told him that a million times. And here's Nandy. We're at Gulf Shores in end of July and August of 1988. Nandy, come back into the picture. Hello. And there's Cobb. Where'd he go? Cobb. Right. There's his head.
Why don't I go get some stuff? And Mom.
What's today?
My birthday.
How old are you? How many's that? How many? 4? 4 years old? And there's Betsy. What happened to Ben? All right, Corey, you about ready to go to your party? Whose birthday? How old are you? 4? Are you excited? What about you, Betsy? This many? You're 3? Corey's 4. All right, y'all ready to go to the party?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you? I got this at Heinz last year. There's Emily. It was a cheapo. I got it like Amanda Chapel. Well, I hate in between summer and fall, and I was with a ball game early last year, and I went in there to on something that's cool, but looks lovely. This was perfect, and it was real thin, but
Susie.
Susie. Really can. I'd like to, but I couldn't get my fat side. It's a cool, for her to turn around.
Did you print it yourself, Mama Helen?
Some of your kids from my cousin. Take me out. And the girl that took my place, I can't find her. I have a fear she's not. Oh, Miss Stewart, I barely had time to go home. I'll get it for you back. I'm sorry, I had to ride with Susie. That's hard. Right. Okay, Tori. Did you get that pretty ring?
Yeah.
Who gave that? It looks like a diamond. Mr. Kate and my dad. Hey, Mary Al. You want to go out to it with?
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. Darling. That cookie day is happy birthday.
Who gave it to me?
Your daddy and your mama.
But don't see it.
Don't fit.
Try it, see if it fits. Try it, see if it fits. Look, hop on like this.
See, it does fit. Look. Go right.
Which way? Go left.
Wait, Mary.
Don't blow them out.
Day to you.
Don't blow them out yet, Corey.
Birthday, dear Corey. Happy birthday to you.
It's my birthday. Mary, sit down.
We're gonna bring y'all some cake. Okay, Jennifer. You're coming with y'all tomorrow.
We get a little one.
Mary Stewart, you hiding? We must have been eating at supper or something. But
Nancy? Chris brought those lights. If you see them, look what he got. I think one he got yet. I guess you saw that.
yeah.
They rode her bicycle. Oh. She's eating oh. She's cute. Don't you like her? Gosh, she's not a big girl like you. When she gets a big girl like that.
Bernie. Who was it, I wonder?
Mr. Ryan.
Oh. Let me see.
This is a present, isn't it?
And who's this from?
Mom and Daddy. No. It must be
I'll take
something
this,
else. I didn't know this.
You want me to get it undone for you? Just this one. After this one, I'm going to do this one. Gosh, I'm doing good stuff.
Take it off.
That's okay. Oh, that's. Oh gosh, I bet this is closed. Let me get it.
I hope it is, Kyle.
No. I hope it's not. It's not!
My goodness.
Kyle, it's a pad and paper and
Where's
pen.
that from?
Nandy and Bebo.
You can take that to school.
The pen and the paper. No, the other's from Slide.
That's from
Corey.
We got some of that. What is that?
That's that stuff you do in the bathtub. What do you tell Mary Stewart?
Thank you. What is that?
That's that foam soap and shampoo. And or is it
It's paint.
paint?
Paint yourself red.
In the bathtub. How wonderful. Neato.
Here, you'll hand them over here so it doesn't get lost.
Yes, good.
Wait. What's the card on there, Corey? Aaron, okay.
Barbie. Good gosh, there's a piece in there. And there's a Barbie. Yes. Can I do this already, Mama? This was it. Oh, Mom.
It's the eggs and stuff for a kitchen.
This is like Nancy's, isn't it?
It is. Isn't that nice? Now, what's the card on that say?
Mama, you can make stuff out of this and put fish in it.
Great.
Have a coffee.
Here, hot mixer.
Who is the card from?
Kimberly.
I want to see.
Kimberly and Mallory.
Don't open it. Look, Corey. I see. Don't open
Just,
the box.
Susan, just leave all that and I'll get it in a minute. Oh, yeah. Some pens?
Making that fun for 'em.
What else? Is that a little book to write in? And stickers? Isn't that nice?
Who's this?
That's from Kimberly and Mallory. Now, who's the card on that? Is that from Allie?
No.
No?
Tape on me. Who's it, ma'am?
Oh, that's not. It's from Casey.
Casey.
You should have the same wrapping paper. And open the Can you get it? I'll get it. I got this tape right here. What? Hey, can will Corey share this with me too?
Probably. Yes, she will.
Let me open it. You get the tape off and I'll open the thing. Open it, yes, Miss Holly.
Just a minute, Betsy. Hello.
Putting Gookie on you.
Joyce, say how she's feeling.
Gookie.
She was,
Gookie. Gookie. I want to ride it. No, it's not your body.
Kyle, let her ride. She'll let you ride it. She'll let everybody have a turn.
How long is Ham here for?
He's leaving tomorrow.
This one. No.
Other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you come in.
Just a minute, and I'll be there. Well, Corey, they're not anymore. Well, I'm sorry.
I want a bucket.
I know.
there somewhere where it's not close to the water. I'm gonna stand over there before it goes to the, you know.
All right, hold on 1 minute, okay? Corey going down the slide. Mary Stewart. Kyle, move. Y'all, please stop it so I can do this.
Can we go slide?
Uh-huh. Y'all go slide and I'll take your pic.
Hey, come here over there.
Kyle, go tell Corey to slide. All those people are waiting. Kyle, move.
Now can I show you?
Wait just a minute. Let me get Amy.
I'm ready. Ready to go. My feet are high.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling all right. The Eagle 103 with Kelly Cruz on Cafe Rock, and I hope that made your day a 10 today. Yeah, and then you can see Joe Cocker in concert along with America at Mud Island as the Coca-Cola concert series continues this Saturday night. It's going to be a killer show. In fact, we'll give you a pair of tickets right now. So caller number 9 at 535-9103. Good luck.
Together live with America. This Saturday night, the Coca-Cola concert series at Mud Island Amphitheater with Joe Cocker. Come on. Joe's back.
Oh, we're going to jump on that little diving board.
What little diving board? Uh-huh. I'm gonna cut it off in a second.
Highway 12, Stockport.
If your nonprofit organization has an upcoming event, send it at least 2 weeks in advance to Area Events, care of WCBI Stereo TV 4, P.O. Box 271, Columbus, Mississippi 39703.
WCBI Stereo Television 4.
On the day Americans remember their war dead, Day 2 of the Reagan-Gorbachev Summit inside the Kremlin on issues of war and peace. This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting again tonight from inside the Kremlin. Second day of the Reagan-Gorbachev Moscow Summit. They are pressing their private agendas. Mr. Reagan is trying to ensure his place in history. General Secretary Gorbachev is trying to ensure he has a future. And in an extraordinary interview with CBS News, the reform-minded former top political boss of Moscow, former Politburo member and Gorbachev right-hand man, Boris Yeltsin, points a finger at the current Politburo number 2 man, Yegor Ligachev. Yeltsin says Ligachev is an obstacle to Gorbachev's reforms. We'll have that interview shortly. First, President Reagan's day. The centerpiece of this day, and of Mr. Reagan's own personal summit agenda, was framed around an unprecedented gathering of dissidents, refuseniks, religious believers, and their families, all invited to Spaso House, the U.S. ambassador's residence in Moscow, to tell their stories, to tell those stories directly to the president. The course of change is uncertain, says Sergei Kovalov, and our hopes are shaky. The current unstable situation could at any time be turned around.
Despite democratization, our lot has not improved.
Yuli Kozarovsky told his story in Mr. Reagan's own language.
Mr. President, I am a Jew, a refusenik. I have been denied permission to emigrate for the last 17 years. And this life as a refusenik made me see that the whole Jewish people in the Soviet Union were made refuseniks.
Many said they considered the U.S. president their last hope. Mr. Reagan spoke of their courage.
I came here hoping to do what I could to give you strength. Yet I already know it is you who have strengthened me. You who have given me a message to carry back. While we press for human rights through diplomatic channels, you press with your very lives.
He hinted that he hadn't spoken his last to Gorbachev on human rights.
Nancy and I have to leave you. We're going to have a little talk with the General Secretary.
And the Soviets hit back today in Pravda. On the front page, a vignette of the smiling Gorbachevs and Reagans, but inside, heavy play given to a picture of America's homeless, looking for a handout and a meal. The Soviet media and foreign ministry went on to ridicule the Reagan meeting with dissidents at Spaso House.
I can tell you that they are not the best of the Soviet public. Rather, on the contrary.
This was the human and religious rights event the Kremlin wanted reporters to cover today, renovating the artifacts of the church, not restoring the church's position. The Soviets have no word for photo opportunity. They do know how to stage an event. The church bells of the 13th century Danilov Monastery in Moscow chimed for the Reagans, something they rarely do otherwise. The monastery has been renovated in recent years to mark 1,000 years of Russian Christianity. Mr. Reagan prayed that Gorbachev's moves toward openness and freedom would go wider and be permanent.
We don't know if this first thaw will be followed by a resurgent spring of religious liberty. We don't know, but we may hope.
Some of the answers President Reagan and General Secretary Gorbachev gave to reporters before their private summit session also hinted at the turmoil over human rights. Asked about a list of Jewish refuseniks, Gorbachev seemed to flare a bit.
Well, there are quite a few. There are too many lists.
Gorbachev also tried to take some of the sting out of a human rights debate by doing what many a Western politician does, in effect proposing a commission to study the problem. In this case, a panel that would meet with counterparts in the United States. Behind closed doors in St. Catherine's Hall, the official summit subject today was arms control. Reportedly, both sides traded ideas on reducing long-range nuclear weapons. They reportedly moved somewhat closer on two minor arms agreements. Nancy Reagan's day-to-day included a tour of reading, writing, and Russian children, a visit to a Moscow schoolhouse where English is taught and sung. And outside Moscow, Mrs. Reagan visited the summer home and the grave of Boris Pasternak, the author whose works were suppressed in his own country until recently. President Reagan quoted another author, Russia's best-loved poet, Alexander Pushkin, in pressing Gorbachev on human and religious rights. It's time, my friend. It's time. With me again, as he has been throughout our coverage from inside the Kremlin, Charles Kurov. And Charlie, we're walking in the center of what used to be called the Holy Kremlin, Cathedral Square.
Yes, this place is a great architectural reminder, isn't it, of the time in Russia when church and state were one. All you have to do is take a look around inside the Kremlin to see the importance the Tsars gave to the Orthodox Church. The church collaborated with the Tsars for more than 900 years in perpetuating a system of serfdom and inequality. Of course, these churches in the Kremlin aren't churches anymore. What's interesting, Dan, is that in giving the church a little more breathing room, Mikhail Gorbachev is obviously trying to reach a new collaboration with the church, to use the church to accomplish his aims, just as the Tsars did. When the church bells ring at the Danilov Monastery, it is a rare and wondrous sound, as you said, Dan. In the Soviet Union, church bells come under the category of disturbing the peace. Gorbachev is letting these bells ring. The head of the monastery, Father Tikhon, doesn't want to push Gorbachev too far. He would be glad to see the anti-religion laws changed, but in the meantime, he says, we have to exercise our faith in accordance with the laws. The real disturbers of the peace are simple priests like Gleb Yakunin. In 1965, he denounced his church for turning over the names of worshipers to the police. This was repeating the role of Judas, he says, betraying the people who came to the church. They stripped him of his priesthood. He responded with a barrage of public documents proving religious persecution. They sentenced him to 5 years in prison, and after that, 30 months exile in Siberia. He remained defiant. They took away his Bible. He went on a hunger strike until he got it back. When he was freed by a Gorbachev amnesty last year, he went right back to disturbing the peace again, denouncing his patriarch for defending the Soviet record on human rights. This, he says, was an offense against the memory of millions of innocent victims. After all he has been through, Gleb Yakunin's eyes still flash with defiance. And he has allies now. This is a meeting of the Soviet Government Peace Committee. How's this for disturbing the peace? This man says, how can you talk about freedom of conscience if the schools force atheism down our throats? This is a crime. Looking on with approval at all this is a man named Alexander Ogorodnikov. He spent 8.5 years in jail and in exile for violating the laws on religion. Now, he too is back, editing a journal on religious persecution. You can't live freely here, he says. We're living with a gag in our mouths and our arms tied, only because of glasnost. The gag is becoming looser. He is being harassed by the KGB, but it's hard to imagine Alexander Ogorodnikov being gagged. Gorbachev would like to reach a compromise with the church, but in the fierce souls of Gleb Yakunin and Alexander Ogorodnikov, there is no compromise. They want religious freedom, nothing less. They will suffer any pain to get it, and they will seek help wherever they can. Today, they sought help from President Reagan. Alexander Ogorodnikov was there when the president met with the dissidents, and Father Gleb Yakunin, whose government has been trying to suppress him for more than 20 years, who 1 year ago was in exile in Siberia, Gleb Yakunin found himself mounting the rostrum to speak face-to-face to the President of the United States and the whole wide world. He said, of course he said, While I have been released, many prisoners of conscience still are languishing in prisons, labor camps, in exile, and in psychiatric hospitals. He named some of those still imprisoned, and in the end, he said to President Reagan,
God bless you.
Gorbachev has permitted the question of religion to start simmering. The people in that room today want to bring it to a boil. At one church, the bells are ringing again. Gorbachev would like that to be enough, Dan, but it isn't.
One would guess not nearly enough. Thanks, Charles. We'll be back in a moment with a rather extraordinary interview with the outspoken, demoted, down but not out Gorbachev Lieutenant Boris Yeltsin.
You've probably heard about pain relievers that sound new, but they're not new to hospitals. For years, hospitals have known about ibuprofen, aspirin, and Tylenol products. And today, their overwhelming choice, Tylenol. In fact, last year, they dispensed Tylenol 10 times more than the leading aspirin and ibuprofen brands combined. If hospitals use Tylenol most, shouldn't your choice be Tylenol too? Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
I don't know whether to begin without him. I'm sure he's just sitting in that awful traffic.
Steve, in his new 190 class Mercedes, sitting in traffic. Oh, sure, he's sitting there in line, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel, tapping his foot, fiddling with the radio stations, staring at the taillights of the car in front of him. Marie, I've commuted with Steve.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it means... That's what it means.
Captain, this itchy rash is driving me crazy.
Why didn't you use the Cordate?
Cordate goes beneath the skin to actually heal itches and rashes.
You know, itches and rashes won't last if you use Cordate first.
X-Lax presents a gentle guarantee. A guarantee that X-Lax works gently by 8 a.m. when taken at bedtime or your money back. A promise you can count on. X-Lax, guaranteed complete relief by 8 a.m.
1 year ago, when CBS News was in the Soviet Union for the program 7 Days in May, the man who stole the show was Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin. He was a populist politician, a shrewd and popular one, kind of a younger combination of Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan. And he was a Gorbachev lieutenant, the fastest rising star inside the Communist Party. As party chief of Moscow, Yeltsin was on the streets, talking to people, hounding bureaucrats and managers, point man for Gorbachev. He felt himself free to criticize everyone, including colleagues in the Politburo. Boris Yeltsin finally went too far, made too many enemies, and last winter, Gorbachev was forced to bounce him from the Politburo leadership. Yeltsin was demoted to the construction ministry. But when I talked to him today, I found Boris Yeltsin looking and sounding like a winner and still attacking the enemies of perestroika.
I think a certain renewal in the composition of the Politburo would benefit perestroika.
That's Sovietese for throw the rascals out.
I think that the process is much slower than we expected, considerably slower. And to overestimate what is happening and to speak and to say that everything is going according to the plan isn't only an error, this is a dangerous thing to say. But not everybody agrees with me on that, especially referring to the social problems on which I had and have different views with Ligachev.
Igor Ligachev, currently #2 in the Politburo and reputedly the leader of the Go Slow School of Reform. R. Ligachev and those who think like him holding back perestroika and glasnost?
In his words and his speeches, you can never find this. But it is possible to be an opponent without actively participating.
So the answer is yes.
That is indeed the style of his work against which we are fighting. It contradicts the spirit of perestroika.
Clearly, Yeltsin believes that Ligachev has to go, if Gorbachev's campaign for reform is really to succeed. Boris Yeltsin's outspoken comments are, according to analysts, more than bitter aftertaste of a man who's out of power.
It looks to some outsiders that Mikhail Gorbachev is continuing to increase his authority, that those who oppose him are being routed, and as that happens, the thought occurs, well, perhaps Boris Yeltsin is winning after all.
No, it won't be me who decides that. What I can say firmly is that I am his supporter and a supporter of perestroika and the struggle of perestroika without sparing myself no matter where I work.
Someone said if you did what you did in the Stalin area, that you'd been shot. If you had done what you did in the Brezhnev area, you would have been disgraced and humiliated.
Certainly, of course. To have expressed it so bravely at that time, those consequences would have happened.
However limited the changes, these are still new times, and Yeltsin has not been sent to Siberia, but only down the street.
What is the single most important change that has occurred in the Soviet Union?
I think the main change is the activism of the people. They seem to have been awakened from a hibernating sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Yeltsin. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Спасибо вам.
Up to $2,000 cash back from Subaru is worth more than the same money from anyone else. It's worth more because Subaru builds a rugged, reliable wagon that's the best-selling import wagon in America. It's worth more because Subaru's XT6 has the same engine design found in a Ferrari or a Porsche.
It's worth more because the Subaru Justy is the lowest-priced four-wheel drive passenger car in America.
Up to $2,000 cash back on a Subaru is worth more because it's on a Subaru.
You're listening to the highest standard for telephone clarity, an AT&T phone. But what about cordless phones? The trouble is too many of them sound like this. That's why AT&T developed this new generation of cordless phones with clarity that rivals our corded phones. Now, when you can buy a cordless phone that sounds like this, or an AT&T cordless 52 or 5300 that sounds like this, the clear choice is the right choice.
Is anything as lonely as an only cup of coffee? It doesn't have to be. Weight Watchers has gorgeous cake, beautiful pie. Bye-bye, lonely only, bye-bye. Weight Watchers,